Testing, testing. She seems to be working. God, I hear those birds in the background. You probably can't because I've got sound suppression on, but noise suppression. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Yep, she's working. Alright. Oh, they really need to fix the hook on bloody Restream chat. It's so bad at the moment. It must be the up... When I updated to Windows 11, everything just got shitified. Alright. Okay, so the game plan for today. Basically what I'm going to be doing is finishing off the initial build out of this base, because I'm going to be doing some things that I don't usually do in my runs during this run. I'm going to need a slightly bigger base, so I'm going to build upwards a little bit more. Then I'm going to fully enclose the base to start thinking about getting extra power sources up and going, crack into the slime biomes, themes? I don't know. I've always called them biomes. And maybe work on energy sources. So basically the things that I'm going to try and do differently this run, like that I kind of have planned, is I want to have a Draco farm set up for plastic production, which means I need to turn them into glossy Dracos. Which means I've got to feed them millwood plants. And hopefully we can start getting some real, like, reed fibers out of them as well as plastic later on. These guys. These are lovely guys. And hopefully we get an arbor... Maybe not an arbitrary, but hopefully we get pips to spawn from the printing pod. Because I really need pips. One thing I found, like the thing that made my first run possible, like when I beat the game for the first time, like, because I actually just put the effort in and knuckled down until I got it done, was using the wood that was coming from arbor trees as a secondary power source, so that I didn't have to rely solely on coal generators and natural gas generators, which gave me like the extra amount of power I needed. I ended up building like a big bank of like a coal-fired, what do we got, wood burners. Set up wood burners. They don't actually provide you much power, they're only 300 watts each. But when you've got like 400, when you got like 400 tons of wood just sitting there doing nothing, it actually worked really well as like a supplemental power supply. And I was like feeding them with automation, so like there was no duplicate effort involved, and that basically gave me the power that I needed to set up the cooling loops to get like the liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen I needed for the final rocket to like beat the game. So they're incredibly useful, pips and like arbor trees. They're just like, because you don't really need to put much effort into sustaining them. One tree can sustain like a full pip farm, and the trees are tiny, like they're only like 3 tiles wide by like 3 tiles high, and that's enough for like 8 pips. And I had a full ranch like of 8 pips plus like every space that I could fill with arbor trees filled, and that was giving me so much wood. That sounded kind of dirty for some reason. It was giving me so much wood that basically I had unlimited power, even after I tapped all the natural gas geysers and throughout the map for power. I still needed more power, and I only had 1 hydrogen vent, and I wasn't really keen on trying to tap it because that would mean more cooling, and then I'd need more power, and yeah, cooling's the thing that really gets you at the end game. Like you can kind of do it with like one steam turbo and aqua tuner loop. I think I ended up using 2 half Rodriguez SPOMs, self-powered oxygen, um, sort of generating units, and 2 steam turbine aqua tuner cooling loops. And that got me to the end game. And I didn't even have to create like an industrial brick. I just like, I didn't use Drecos or anything. I just used like plastic generation from the polymer press, and I built that. And I just like had everything running like out in the open. I didn't even bother trying to really try to cool it, but it was a bit messy. Yeah. So one of the things that like you can run into when like you're creating like that sort of stuff like in the end game is like you get like overly reliant on automation. Like you want to make it absolutely freaking perfect, right? You don't really need to make everything perfect as long as it works well enough. But yeah, this time I want to try doing some glossy Dracos. Mostly because that gives me the chance to get phosphorite. And one thing I noticed that is I was getting a lot of food from sleet wheat, which only grows in like the cold biomes. But I was getting it all from wild sleet wheat. So basically, I cracked into them, and that one there. It'd be interesting to know what that is. So, like, that's our first geyser. I haven't even checked what it is yet, but this is one way that you can quickly check. Chuck up an alert. Yeah, it's a minor volcano. So that can give me like rock. So I'll just mark that, leave that as a 9. So we know what that is now. Eventually I've got to start like figuring out all the geysers that are on this seed. I haven't used this seed before. This is a blind seed. I have run a very, like a seed that's very close to it, but not exactly the same. So I don't know what's out there yet. I haven't checked everything. As we know, we've got a volcano up there now. And I can't see anything else yet. Oh, there we go. Cool steam vent. So there's water. That's like a water supply vent. We can use that. And it's pretty close to our base too, which is handy. And I'm not going to build too much lower than this until I get kind of most of the other stuff sorted, just because of the slime. So we're going to be using this as our water reservoir, which we're slowly digging out, but because of the lack of oxygen in this sort of area and carbon dioxide starting to build up, and I don't have oxygen masks or God, what do you call them? Like the little spacesuit things that they wear. I don't have that yet, but I am producing pickled meal. So it's like the worst type of food, and I've got like basic food storage set up in a biome that's got like carbon dioxide in it so that it's sterile. And yeah, but we've got polluted oxygen and food poisoning and everything floating around everywhere. But we don't have any, you know, slime lung germs floating around the base yet, which is kind of good. So we don't need to worry too much about it. But in terms of oxygen generation and food, like so far right now, we're pretty good. It's been stable. And our stress levels are down, so we're just going to like keep expanding. So that's the game plan anyway. It's 11 o'clock here. I'm going to go for about 2 hours maybe and get some of that stuff done. If anyone who's returning from my long hiatus of like not streaming that much, I had to deal with a lot of harassment past like 6 months or so, maybe 12 months or so. So I went through and I cleaned out my Steam list. If you were on my Steam list and I deleted you, I apologize, but I had basically just deleted everyone I didn't recognize. I don't keep lists of names. I don't like stalk people, so I don't know exactly what your name is, and a lot of people change their names all the time. So I basically deleted everyone from my Steam list who isn't someone who I absolutely know who they are and from Australia. So if you want to get back on there when I'm playing stuff like Macro 5 Mercenaries or, you know, like anything like that, again, just like give me a heads up and like we'll see what we can do with that one. But yeah, for now, basically I'm just keeping it the way it is. Because I'm way over that like sort of harassment shit. And basically, like, you know, I was like having people like stalking my fucking gaming hours and like trying to report them. I don't even play that much, man. I work full time. I have hardly enough time to do this shit. It's Sunday. I wanted to play some games yesterday, but I was too tired, so I just slept all friggin' day. Anyway, yeah, I'm just gonna do the old tradition, crack a drink, and let's get playing. Just checking to see whether or not everyone's idle. Get started in slow speed while I do that, so that it's not so incredibly boring. Yep, stop building. So, yeah, we got our water reservoir, and basically then I want to get like a polluted water reservoir as well. Ah, there we go. Another cool steam vent. So we got two of the cool steam vents, that's great. They're both down low. And printing pod, please have a pip. God damn it. Oh. Not any particularly good dupes out of this one either. So we got decreased germ resistance. But Iron Gut, immune to food poisoning. Ooh. Bedside manner, green thumb, and plus digging. But flatulent. That one's actually kind of good, but like just doctoring. Nah. Wood seed. Yeah. So once that starts going, we're building our first ranch. So these two tiles are most likely going to be for our hatches. I always run hatches just because they produce enough extra coal that it makes coal generators kind of viable. You can get plenty of coal from around the map, but you don't get enough to be sustainable, and it doesn't last very long. Like you can go maybe like 200 cycles on coal. Depends how much you're actually like using it. Still getting... I got a new keyboard and mouse as well, which is kind of cool. So I'm having fun with that. And yeah, so it's just keeping on top of all the gotchas. So once they build that out, hopefully all this water will settle down into this area, and then I can like build up and out and make that like contained. I'm building this out of granite because there's actually a really cool table that someone produced which shows the strengths of materials against water pressure. Granite's got up to 16 tiles before it cracks through the wall and starts leaking everywhere. So, like, building it out of granite is a good idea. And, yeah, so for the hatches, basically, you got your sedimentary rock, which is going to be this one. And after you got stone hatches, you can just feed them like igneous rock to keep them going, but you can only turn normal hatches into stone hatches by feeding them sedimentary rock. So that's like one of your basic problems with food generation, is that eventually that does run out, and when that runs out you lose your coal production as well, on top of like the food that you get from growing them and putting them into an evolution chamber where they evolve into meat. And that all requires power. So I've only got a couple of lights going at the moment. The research that we're doing is we're currently got a decent amount of the tech tree done, just like all the basic essentials, and I'm going through now and getting like automation and stuff sorted out. I need to get some things like duplicant sensors, critter sensors. So yeah, we're pretty much well on the way. In a couple of hours I'll be able to do a fair amount of stuff, but that's just getting the basics out of the way. Like I don't even have plumbing for showers yet. Don't have pumps. All the main power consumers are basically absent in this build so far. Just trying to think of what I'm going to do next. I really want that built, but I got to get like an oxygen gate set up where I think I made some oxygen masks. Yeah, so we got 4 of those, 1 for each duplicate so far. Just to like increase the amount of time that these guys can spend on working on things, I've probably got to get that done. Which means I'll have to close all these doors. But for now, I just want to get this build done. our food generation seems to be pretty stable, so. Oh, I got some basic rooms set up as well, so I did the nature preserve in the main hallway by keeping these plants and putting a door down here that's open. It slows them down a little bit as they're moving around the base, but not by much. And that basically gives everyone the morale boost, because when they're going to eat or going to their bedrooms, and everyone's still pretty low skill, so things will speed up as they get faster at being able to do tasks. And we definitely need to get up refined metal production. But before I can do that, I need to seal off the base. I'm gonna have to make one of these rooms like the airlock room. I like building just the standard 4-tile hide, 24 wide, because that's like the perfect size for stables. When you go into the roof overlay, like we're 95 tiles in here. And stables are 96 tiles max. So like putting that one tile in there actually makes things a little bit difficult, but you know, it keeps critters up to, you can have up to 8, basically. And to get that extra tile back, basically, all you need to do is... That's why I like to build this little ledge, is because it gives you like that extra space to, if you want to put down like an oxygen diffuser or like a park sign or something like that, you can. I've recently turned this into our laboratory, so before then I had the research station over here, that's why that's got that ground plate. And I didn't have fire poles yet, so I had to build it out a little bit. Oh, that's the reason why I did it. It's because I'm closing it off. Turn that into a door. No, I'll cancel that. It's a good thing about this game, like when you deconstruct stuff, you get all of the resources back, so there's like no wastage if you decide to change your layout a little bit. They can jump across 1-tile wide gaps. And it leaves you room for getting the transit tubes up, like running later on. So I tend to do it like 4 wide with like 1 ledge between. So it ends up being like, you know, 6 tiles wide. As long as you can keep it consistent, it makes the game a lot easier. Alright, so hatches we want... Sedimentary rock. Set them at a slightly higher priority so they actually get done. We'll set that at a higher priority. And this room's just going to take normal hatches to start off with. I can't dig down here yet because I want this water to all go in here. I'm probably going to be left over, like a little bit of water left over, but fill that up just so it's a little bit more likely that it will get done. And we got skills, which is good, because these guys are currently quite slow at everything. Okay, so we've got research. Exosuit training is probably coming up. So this guy's basically my main researcher. So he's doing all the research, so I've got him like focusing on that. And giving them the other like abilities at the moment isn't really worth it, but I do need someone who's going to be building the mechatronics later, like when I start into doing that sort of stuff, so probably that one, and then that. Research is done. Okay. Critters. And for the automation, like, you know, I want like a duplicate motion sensor so that I can run these lights only when duplicates are in there. Okay, so refining. I'm going to start thinking about like metal refineries. The one thing that I'm concerned about on this seed so far is that it looks like I'm completely surrounded by hot biomes. I haven't seen any that are cold yet, which means that there might be one up here, maybe. Maybe up here as well. And somewhere out over that way. Definitely one down here. Yeah, there's one down here for sure. I need cold biomes because that's going to be our easiest way of dealing with heat at the start of the game. So these guys are having to run all the way back up to get oxygen, so it's chewing up a lot of extra time. Pretty much I took on an extra duplicate, one more than I usually have, just because of how long this is taking. Alright, so basically we can, once we got one guy who can do the wrangling. You know, one person who could do ranching so far, and their other responsibilities are taking them elsewhere for some reason. Ranching. Yeah. They're getting hit by tidying, I guess. Put that a little bit higher. Oh, not that one. That one. That guy's got a lot of work to do, basically. Let's have a look at his priorities, see what he's actually thinking. Okay, so now he's starting to do the ranching. Nice. And I should probably get rid of that. Move our pitcher pump. Hello again. I'm more of a Slanesh. sort of guy. I know that they can't do anything with it in the game at the moment. Like, one of the reasons why they can't focus on Slanesh is because like just how generally not internet safe it is. But yeah, I'm 100% Slanesh. Yeah. Damn. If only they didn't have noodle arms, I would have taken them even though they can't do attacking. Just because of the suit wearing, I could use one more doing that. But I could use like another person doing ranching. Let butter, but just decrease calories, also bad. Pufflets are kind of they're not useful yet, so we'll take the food. Yeah, not sure if you jumped up, but gotta kind of get refining going. Yeah. Though for a change, YouTube, the stream is actually keeping up with my like, because I keep a monitor window running in the background just to make sure it's actually running. At least it's not like falling behind like it usually does. Like since Windows 11, like if you don't have a window that's visible, it doesn't run properly. So like basically the way I have it running at the moment is like my actual screen. I have my chat box overlaid over the YouTube and Twitch screens, which I have like all the way on one side, taking up like maybe like a fifth of the screen, and I have Oni running on the other like 4/5. It's cool because you don't need to have like full screen. Like I got a 27-inch monitor, so I can see everything. But yeah, it looks, what I can see is a little bit different from what you can see. The one thing that's annoying is like, well, at least you can see the buildings that I've got on the right where the chat is, but they changed the way that Restream chat works, and the now isn't like completely transparent on like some of the chat window. Which sucks, because usually I have it take up the same screen real estate that you can see when you're looking at it on the stream. But yeah, I had to move it. I miss my old second monitor. It was like a I picked it up off the side of the road outside of a doctor's practice. It was like one of their reception vertical monitors, and it was like low resolution, like only like 1270 or something by like 1680 or like, but it was a vertical monitor. It's so good for chat, but it finally died. I don't understand how a monitor can actually die, but like it died. Must have been super old. And I mean, I spent a little bit of money on myself recently, but yeah, getting a new monitor for running chat on the side isn't in the cards yet. I'll get into it though. I'm starting to save a lot more money, like I'm getting a pay rise soon. Yeah, that's one way. But I'm 40 now. Oh my god, I'm fucking old. But I'm starting to get to the stage where I'm thinking about buying my first house. And at the moment I'm saving money like crazy. Like, I thought I was going to have to move in July because my lease was running out, and I nearly got kicked out of the place because my first real estate agent wasn't reporting shit that I'd reported like 3 or 4 times at least to the owner. And then when they changed agent, basically the new agent gave them like the full rundown, and they flipped the lid and nearly kicked me out. In fact, they did kick me out. And I had to turn around and basically beg, don't kick me out. Look, it's not my fault. These are all the issues. I made the place absolutely fucking mint. Blitzed an inspection, and it went from having like a, we're not going to renew your lease, to, yeah, we're going to let you renew your lease. We're thankful that you've been looking after the place as well as you've been looking after it. So I got a little while longer in this place, which is great, because moving costs me like 5 grand easy every time I have to do it. But I saved up enough money to move, so I got a little bit of money to play around with. But you know, if I had something more like 80 grand in the bank, I'd buy a house right now. I'm thinking about getting like a high-rise like apartment, like just one of the crappy like 60, 70 square meter ones, further into the city. And got to travel a little bit longer to get to work, but you know, like at least I'd be owning my own house. Just like speed up. Like pretty much that's the main thing. But yeah, like once I own my own place, shit's gonna be so much better. Like once I finish paying it off, but like by the time I finish paying it off, I'm gonna be like fucking 50. I'm getting old. I don't like running it on full speed. I mean, like, this is the sort of game where you can just basically just chill. Like, there's nothing, like, serious to do. And, like, if anything, like, when you really need something to be done, you just... Like, you want to slow down time even more so it's all gets done more efficiently. There we go, perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. So I can mop up all that water. It's now our water reservoir. No, we got babies. You can hear babies. Oh, we're all out of rock already. Gotta start digging out. So the sedimentary rock is like this tile. So like to get more of that, I really gotta crack into these biomes. For that, I'm gonna get onto like exosuits. That's what exosuits. D. Oh, it's the ladders. There we go. At least I can start cracking into this one. So like that's one. Maybe I should just move it over one. It's always better to build vertically in this game, like rather than across. Because I can run across tiles fairly quickly, but like being able to go up and down, like just like falling down the ladder just is so much faster. And eventually I'm going to dig this out and turn that into rooms. More research, nice. Okay, so I've got sharing stations, don't I? Yeah, nice. Okay, start working on basic automation. Now food situation sorted, we're generating an excess. So I'll uproot 4 of these and see if it still keeps going up. I really want them to finish this off. So I'm not giving him any work except for that, except, you know. It'll be good once I finish this because I'll be able to put like water storage stuff down here. Chuck this in a slightly higher priority. Looks like I'm going to make this room our airlock. Our airlock. Looks like we'll use this room as our pump room because it's got the most oxygen. That could change though once we put in airlocks. So once I put in the airlocks, I'll look at where the most oxygen is, and we'll set that for our like oxygen filtering and pump room. Wouldn't mind getting the research completed for insulation, actually. That's probably the next one I'll do. I'll build those instead of airlocks. Just go straight into insulation. Yeah. Okay. Gastrophobia and Luddite, but rock fan and green thumb. Tidying building. And they're a vomiter. Okay. We could use an extra duplicate to get stuff done. That's kind of not too bad. I mean, they can't do cooking. They can't do machinery. Yeah. Food's going back down. Six duplicates. Kinda need them to hurry up and get that done. I need water for research. You keep an eye on oxygen as well. That's a lot of suffocation. What are they even running down there to do? I'm guessing they just can't reach it because there's not enough, they don't have the oxygen capacity. That's not good. They're just running down there to suffocate. God damn it. Yeah, so you're saying, like, how do you get your duplicates to work faster? You choke them. Make sure they don't have air. So what errand are they on? Recover breath. They're running up there to recover their breath. Okay, we're starting to run out of air, I think. Just quickly double check, how many of them do I need per duplicate? Yeah, 5. No, I need one more. It's because of bad routing, basically. As soon as that's built, they can jump across it and hopefully stop being so stupid. Maybe we should put just chuck a skimmer down just for now, just to get that problem sorted. If I can get them to build it. And it's going to produce polluted water, so I've got to have something ready to go for that. that, I need them to finish this. I suppose I could like run like a little pit just for now. Probably want to get that research done first, actually. So insulation. There it is. Insulated. There we go, that one. Damn, they're burning through food. Get that now. I need the food production. I'm gonna put deodorizers in soon to get rid of the polluted oxygen. Well, they're getting a bit of work done. That's the main thing. perfect, except for that. You better check the what's it's the what do we got? Medicine sinks. Okay, it is in the right spot. And for our toilets, we want lavatories. So yep, same. Nice. Yep, research is done. Nice. Alright, so we're going to start insulating our basin, which basically means that any air that's pumped in here, or like water or like resources that are brought in, they're going to start increasing the heat slowly. So like this is where kind of heat starts becoming an issue. But yeah, you definitely got to do it. This liquid lock's going to prevent some heat transfer in, but not as good as it could be if I put an insulated door down. But I don't have reed fibers to build the insulated door yet, so it's just going to have to stay that way. But all the way around my base, basically. Space for those, I can leave it. There we go. The germ start there. It's not sand or anything, no granite. Good. And done. I'm just gonna leave it as the priority that it is. It's gonna take a while to get done, but yeah, one thing at a time, pretty much. I'm gonna grab a drink. So the crazy thing is that so far everything that I've got runs off just one hamster wheel. I usually don't have this many like duplicates at this stage of the game either. I'm going with way more than I usually have. I get into the big game using 3 dupes, but to make it a little bit faster because I'm streaming it, I'm taking on more, but that increases the risk. It basically uses more oxygen, you need to grow more food, consumes resources faster. None of them are stressing out yet, which is great. Skill upgrades. Really got to get these ranchers some food though, that's going to take some serious digging. But I got to get this done first. Pardon me. Okay, so we're going to want a bottle empty here, and one here. I'm going to kick myself later. Better fix this now. Oop. think that water actually might take it over the cap, so I'm gonna not dig that out for the moment. We'll have to put another oxygen dock up here. But once we've got one in operation, that's enough, because basically the biggest problem is that they run into environments where they can't breathe. It wastes so much time. So even if it's down here, it saves a lot of time, because if they have to go all the way up here, then they've got the air to do it. A lot of people go straight to exosuits, but like, it takes so much more power. Once you've got a metal refinery up, things start going downhill pretty quickly. You want to have it outside your base. By outside, I mean outside an insulated base. And that basically stops heat transfer. So the heat transfer that we can see around here where it's like starting to get a bit warm. Before I dig into those, like especially up there where it's already 35 degrees nearly, where my plants are down here. And they only grow up to 30, so these are already getting warm. I might actually have to move these soon, just because I haven't found a cold biome yet. These lights heat up things, so does the electrical grill. And the battery and the generator. Like they're the heat producers. It's good that we're getting morale buffs already. Like, the Sparkle Striker dude, like he's making everyone else like really happy by running around and working faster. And it looks like our food is not going up. But we've got heaps of muckroot, so... What do we got? Coal. Okay. Is a Luddite with our breeding. Not a good idea. Farming building, Luddite. They're all Luddites. It's amazing how you can have Luddites in space. I'll go the coal. It looks like our food production is like pretty much dead on. Oh, this guy's nearly stuck. They're not going to be able to get back in. Uh-oh. Alright, they can climb up fire poles. It's just much, much slower. There we go. Disaster averted. They're not going to be able to build all that insulation either. Well, we want to make sure that the oxygen pressure doesn't get too high inside as well once we pressurize the place. So far it's not bad, but if it gets above 4 kilos they get popped eardrums. It's a really bad morale debuff. Okay, we're on to pickled meal now. Ooh. Okay. Okay, they're not going to be able to build that. So we'll just chuck little plugs in here. Getting there. Nothing really wrong with the priorities at the moment. Oh, me. Oh yeah, that's right. We can build a storage down here now too. Needs a fire pole. I reckon it's not going to overflow, or if it does, it won't be by much. Time to check our settings to see if they need to be updated. Okay, all sublimators, all organic stuff. Oh. How long's that been there? Branching, researching, and suit wearing, and diver's lungs, but flatulent. It's actually kind of good, because like it gives you an extra source of natural gas, but it's not much, and it's kind of annoying to deal with and consumes power. Otherwise, they'd be really good. Thinking. Nah, I will stick with 6 for now. 6 is plenty. We don't have the ability to build more farms, really. That chlorine's really screwing us up. Got to deconstruct one of them, put an air tile in. Skills! Nice. And our research is done. Alright, next one. Nice, we got all the basics for automation, kind of like our sensors. Of course they can't reach it. Well, they will be able to once the pole's done. It looks like we're starting to get power done. God, how far do they need to go for? Holy crap. I might get rid of the eggshells and the algae. Make it so that they don't eat bristleberries. I don't think they go bad. No, we'll find more. Maybe we won't. I don't know. I'll leave it off. At least they've nearly got all the plumbing done. We're getting there. Nearly got half of the insulation done. No, we got more than half. And they're starting to build the oxygen docks. Nice. I should have said there's stuff underneath it, but still, that's good. Just realized I accidentally made them build that. It's kind of bad. Just for like my OCD. Not that I have OCD, but will drive anyone nuts who does have it. And they're stuck outside now, so they have to build it. There you go. Alright, so we've got our bottler done, so we're going to set that for water. There's a power going. Yep. So we're going to be able to handle the power load once all this stuff is built. Once we got that airlock down and these oxygen masks on, we can start building out into the areas which have got the slime lung. We're still going to be producing slime lung germs because the algae is going to get used. Infected algae is going to get used in our deodorizers. Sorry, in oxygen diffusers, but by that time we'll have deodorizers in place. New research is done. I've actually never used these, so I'll just skip that one. Water sieves, yeah, we'll use that. Oh, it's good to have a new coil in my vape. It's getting pretty bad for a while. Gotta buy some more coils now. Getting coils for my vape now costs like fucking upwards of like $8 a coil. I mean, they last a month, if not more, so it's worth it, but god. I've got ants crawling around the place as well. They've put out like baits for them to start like eating, and slowly been killing them using like Android. Luckily, they're the right type of ant that they're attracted by it. Ugh. It seems like it just soaks into the paint where I put it. Alright. On that note, I should get myself some more vape juice sorted out. I'm down to my second last bottle of fucking nicotine. I love the 100 mg nic. It's like, make sure you use it like in a ventilated space and, you know, like wear respiratory equipment. And I'm just like, yeah, I'll just like rub the little bit I got on my skin on my thigh. It's a nicotine patch. Yeah, heaps of worries about like my poor cat who passed away. But yeah, I know that that wasn't an issue. Unfortunately, I've got no cat now. You're losing a bit of weight too. It's mostly because I've been saving money just in case I need to move, but definitely lost some weight. I'm down to what is it? 108 kilos now. The work that I do. I'm not a big guy. Like, I'm not like crazy big. So it's like a little bit over into the like not quite obese category, but overweight. The work that I do, man. I burn through that in like fucking a day. My biggest problem is basically drinking. Because I don't have any sugar in my diet at all. Like, all of the energy I get is from, like, carbohydrates, protein, and, like, alcohol. And I don't drink, like, super high sugar alcohol either. Like, I mostly drink dry stuff, like low-carb cider or, like Jack Daniels. I fucking barely eat. Can't believe it, you know, like when I was an apprentice, I was making like, God, what was it? Like, $21 an hour or something like that. It's ridiculous how much more expensive stuff is now. I genuinely have less disposable income to spend on electronics, food, and alcohol than I had when I was working as a fucking apprentice. Good news is, once I get my pay rise in July, and I get a little bit back pay for it as well, I should be getting just under $80,000 a year. which is definitely nice. But that's going to be consumed by my rent going up. And, you know, like, one of the unfortunate side effects of, like, I rent a 2-bedroom house by myself for $580 a week. Rent's going up to $650 in late July. So, or mid-July. So I really need to get someone else to move in. And I like my lifestyle. You know, I can walk around the house naked. I walk around the house naked all day. Like I'm naked right now. And like with the streaming and everything, because I work like night shift, like afternoon shift / night shift hours. Like when it gets around to it. I mean, people probably don't want to hear me talking to myself on a headset at like 3 o'clock in the morning. It's like usually kind of when I go to bed, normally. Not to mention like the fact that my bedroom door is wide open. Like I've got my lounge room like right next to me. In summer it's gonna be hell. If I do get someone in, I might get them to pay at least half the rent, I reckon. I don't know if I'm gonna give them the bedroom that I currently use. Depends whether or not the real estate can fix the glass that is currently broken in my sunroom, which has a ceiling that's too low to be considered habitable. So I can't really set up a bed and leave it there for house inspections. I can say, you know, it's a guest room and people only sleep in it when guests come around. That's going to be a hard spin when I've got like a king size bed in there. I'll have to put like a single bed in like into the other bedroom, which is way too small. Hopefully if I get the right person, I can still walk around the place naked. I should put it in the advertisement, nudists only. Just kidding. Like, not a nudist, like, that's the like whole point, but like, subtropical stuff, you know, like, there's a reason why you have a private house. It's so you can walk around freaking naked. It's so much better than, like, wearing clothes in the subtropics. I don't care if you're wearing cotton, right? It gets sweaty. Oh, stress has gone up. But if I do get someone else in, basically I'll have essentially, how much will it be? It'll be like oh god, like nearly $900 a week of disposable income. I won't even know what to do with it, but yeah, I'll be saving it to put towards buying a house. If I can get up a deposit of like $80,000 or $100,000 in a couple of years. Oh, I mean, 3 years maybe. Then I'll be happy. Because like once you're paying off a mortgage, especially if I can pay it off in 10 years, which I can. I mean, you know, by the time I hit that magical number of being age 50, essentially, things are gonna be a lot better because hit age 50 and like completely own my house. That will be nice. I can either then choose to buy another house as an investment property, get another mortgage essentially, and basically use the rent to pay it off. It's kind of what I'm thinking. Yeah, all those guys. Arboricon, yes, I'll take that. Now we just need pips. The worst thing about renting right now, like what they should actually do to fix the housing crisis in Australia, and like it kind of sounds bad. It's like, yeah, just because we're going to be making lesser like income, like especially on tax, like from people in Australia especially. But what they really need to do is they need to make money paid towards rent not considered as part of your taxable income. And I mean, they already do that with like people who are on like welfare and all that sort of shit. And you have to report how much rent you pay. And the tax office already knows how much rent you pay because you put it down on your fucking tax return when you do it. And you can prove it. Like, it's simple. You just provide them a copy of your lease. This is how much rent I pay. And they can check your bank account and cross-reference it. Just make money paid towards rent if you do not own a house considered as non-taxable income, and then money paid towards a mortgage of your first house, which you are using as a primary place of residence, considered as non-taxable income. Put a cap on people's income so that you, like, it's only up to a respectable amount of rent, like like $700, $800 a week rent max, and people earning more than like 130 grand a year, I'd say, like in a household. That's like the cap, like of what you consider it, so that you don't have like multimillionaires and shit like getting their kids to buy their first house with the tax-free income. Like, consider the household of the people who are actually paying the rent, like put a cap on it, like an income cap on it essentially. And that would do two things. One, it would mean that you don't have to pay tax on that, which is significant. That's like 30% because of the tax bracket creep. They wouldn't have to fix the tax bracket creep, which is basically where wages are increasing because inflation is increasing and rents are increasing. It's like a soft way to deal with bracket creep. And you pay for it by taxing all the natural gas and oil that we are selling to other countries at a rate. That would, and removing basically negative gearing, except for first home buyers, and the capital gains tax discount for first home buyers and people who intend on living in their first residence. It works out. If you do the maths, that's what they should do. That's how you fix the housing crisis. Because people have money to pay for rent, people have money to pay for housing, and people just and also make all of this stuff completely unavailable to immigrants unless they have Australian citizenship. In other words, they're an Australian citizen. Completely unavailable to immigrants. And that's how you fix it. Because people can afford to pay for more rent. People can afford to put money aside to buy a house. Like when they buy a house, essentially, it's considered tax-free income. So it's like 30% discount right there. And, it would incentivize, because right now, basically, what the government's trying to do is they're trying to make it so people who build their first house get the most discount to provide more housing supply. Here's a little factorial thing for you. Like, basically, first home buyers right now can't afford to build their first house. They can only afford to get like a 1-bedroom unit in a high rise. So, focus on that rather than trying to provide more supply and make it more expensive for people who are trying to do investment properties and shit. That's how you deal with it. And with that discount, more first home buyers will be incentivized to actually build a house. Like, they'll have the money to do it, as opposed to right now when they don't. Pardon me. Might just go with 4. I reckon 4 will be enough. They're so cute when they're sleeping. Nice. Alright. We're going to be airlocked off soon. Or waterlocked. Oh, okay, so the blossoms do have seeds. Okay, we can eat that then. The food's definitely still going down. Like another thing that they could really do to like kickstart it off is basically just like make interest-free loans for like first home buyers. I mean, the only reason why I don't buy like an apartment right now is because if I'm gonna buy something for $350,000 and I end up paying $600,000 for it because I spend 10 years paying interest, you know, like that's kind of the big issue. So like you save up $100,000 and you only end up paying, you know, $450,000 for your $350,000 apartment, as opposed to $600,000. That's a huge difference. Like just saving that money up first. I mean, the 5% deposit scheme, like that's really great, but it doesn't fix the problem. It just means that people end up paying more interest. In Australia, we got this system where we can get a house now if you're a first home buyer, and you only need a 5% deposit. So if you're spending, you know, $400,000 on a house, that's only $20,000 that you need to save up to get a mortgage. But what ends up happening is that people end up paying way more in interest. So it's a kick in the teeth. That guy's actually not too bad, but I'm having food problems already. I mean, especially like when you're 40 or something and you're buying your first house. Like, you know, because you don't, if you work in a physical labor job, and that's another thing that needs to be taken into account. Like, when you're working a physically demanding job, you're not going to be able to do that shit when you're fucking 60, 65. Like, it's just unrealistic. Getting it done, Meep! Many hands make light work. I know that that's not reaching the water supply. I'm leaving it until I see the laboratories become a problem. Because I want them to do everything else first. And that water's about to fall into it, so... Getting a bit hot. Work like your life depends on it, because it does. And like edging the limit. What temperature is the water down here, by the way? 26. Okay, cool. If I really have to, I can set up a cooling loop. That reminds me of that scene in Konosuba. Is that a flashlight poking into my pocket? This feels like there's something hard down there. Yes, it is! Oh, Volpuffs. God. Alright, decreased athletics. Alright, well, at least we got food. Kill it! That got me a colony achievement. Oh, okay. Oh, we got a stone hatch. Okay. Or is it a glossy Draco? It'll be one of them. Figure out what it is. It's sad that I'm gonna have to replace all of this with igneous rock later, but or granite, igneous. But it's just important to get it done now. Even if it's with the wrong material. I wonder if it's worth getting metal refining just up. No. Get the rest of the stuff done first. Just so I can get some automation in to turn those lights off, because I know when I set up a gas pump down here, I'm going to need like a gas pump and a filter. I don't have enough electricity generation for it yet. Oh, our food's going way up. Oh, because we got barbecue. All of our hatches died. Almost done, guys. Oh, I got our first oxygen docks up as well. Okay, so once that dock comes up, I'm gonna have to disable it. Alright. Why did it set it up so far away? Oh, anyway. So disable that. Our power demands are about to get a fair bit higher. And one of the best things that you can do with power is basically put everything on a transformer to start off with so that you don't get wires overloading if they're running through a transformer. It's impossible. It does generate heat. That's the only bad thing. Oh wow, there's rain. I checked the radar earlier, it didn't look like there was any coming. One second, I gotta check this. There's some housework that I wanted to get done outside, which I probably won't be able to if it's gonna rain all night. Yeah. Alright. One sec, I'll show you a pic of the radar. Shouldn't be too bad. Definitely gonna be rainy though. Pull up the actual radar. Oh, it's coming off out of the east. That's weird, because like the storm that we had coming through was mostly from the west. One sec as I fix this window up. So that's the bit of rain that we're getting in at the moment. Exosuits, go. There's a way at transit tubes as well. That we're going to use them forever. No, just get the exos. That's actually pretty damn good. I'm just going to chuck an airflow tile in here because we don't quite have what we need to run these docks yet. That should get rid of some of the chlorine. And once that carbon skim is up, we're going to be in a much better position. Okay, I might run this through my farm tiles. Just because it's probably going to get hot soon. It's not going to be good. Try and keep as much of it as possible out of the side of my duplicates. Damn, they gotta work on the water supply, otherwise I'm gonna be peeing everywhere. Where's our third person? Oh, okay. Gonna make that hole all the seeds. Pips. Oh. Yeah, that's our initial startup. So many dupes. It seems like this room's our best room for oxygen. Where is all the pickled meal? Well, they haven't moved it. No. Probably just a standard metal, maybe. No. Betcha it sucked up that polluted oxygen. Alright. We're starting to get, some serious things going now. Oh, there we go. Yeah, first repair. That should start getting rid of all the polluted oxygen in the base. It says that we're not producing enough oxygen, but that's a lie. We're definitely generating more than enough. Well, time for another drink, I reckon. Got heaps of progress done. Start running some automation soon, but we need refined metal for it. Wait till we get everything done. Like, this is pretty much everything that I want done. So, once all that's done... They're nearly filled with oxygen. Pips! Yes! Jackpot! Let it dump one more water packet in here. That's pretty much all the research done. Like, if we can just, like, focus on getting everything done now. So, like, everything I need to basically set up a colony now I have to go into mid-game. You can pretty much turn this on now, I reckon. There we go. Just a couple more wires, and we'll have water going through our base. I want them to drop off one more water bottle here as well before I get rid of that bottle empty. In terms of food, it's slowly going down. And once I get like hatches properly going, I just haven't been able to dig out to get their food yet. No checkpoint, yeah. It's kind of annoying. When I built it, I looked at the arrows. They're literally out of metal. There we go. Now we don't need to worry about them suffocating anymore. Pumps are going, water skimmer's up. Just in time too. I reckon those were about to become well, they were pretty close, 3 degrees away. That should cool all that down. Now we're going to be wasting so much less time on actually doing jobs outside the base because they won't be running around trying to get oxygen all the time. And one of the side effects of that is like whenever they need to go somewhere to breathe, they completely stop what they're doing. So if they're carrying something, they drop it. They move a little bit slower, I think, with it. I think. I'm not sure about with the oxygen masks. But I know they definitely move slower when they've got exosuits, so. But them not having to run back constantly for oxygen. Now that skimmer should be working, I mean it's low power, but I'm not going to have any like electrical wires bursting into flames or anything. It's just going to be not enough power. until I get that side of things sorted. And these won't be running all the time either, because like once they've filled up the actual plumbing, like once it's full, the pumps won't be running, so. There we go, perfect. Deconstruct that now. I found sometimes, like, if you, when you make these, if you put, like, just enough water in to make the, like, the liquid lock, and that's what, like, makes a, like, a liquid lock, it stops the atmosphere from moving from one side to the other. If you use just enough, sometimes this one in the middle breaks. So I, like, always try to, like, put a tiny bit more in there. Back in a moment. Had to go get myself a snack. That's actually pretty good, but I don't want to set up another bedroom yet. Damn. And I need more food production. It's going to become a serious issue soon. Ugh. Doing it. Because I'm going to be relying a bit more on ranching this run, so additional ranches would be good. Okay, so now we got that done, there's only a few more things around the place that need doing. I've got to put up another water lock up here. I don't think you can deconstruct oxygen masks once you've built them. I think you can melt them, but using copper ore kind of sucks because later in the game you do end up running out of copper. So 9 plus 1. Stress is probably going to start building up because they're running through water so often. We can get this chlorine out. It's a little bit redundant having that when we've got that hole in the floor, but we want to get the chlorine out first. We can only do that with the carbon skimmer running. It's got to sort of consume all the carbon dioxide. That'll make room for the chlorine. It'll make it easier to harvest later, especially when I start cracking into all this other stuff. So it's basically just trying to keep everything alive for the next, I don't know, like 50 cycles or something while I get all that sorted. Because we're going to have to do power generation, we're going to need more ranching, we're going to need more farms. It's all going to require more rooms. Got to build upwards. Probably 2 more rooms, I'd say, like up here. It's good to have like one lock at the one bottom corner and one at the top corner so they can work up and down at the same time. Evens out the travel time. Like for them to travel here now takes freaking forever. Oh, better get rid of the puffs. And I'm not sure if you were here in the stream when I got them, but I got pip eggs! I got them! So we're ready to do pips. We've got an arbitrary seed and we've got pips. That's right, I need another bedroom. Now chuck it here. Oh yeah, we need another schedule because we got like a 5th person. So kind of like the best way to do it is to just like move it up one block. So running 2 bedroom slots, 2 downtime slots, and a bath time slot. And basically that just means that this now becomes the bath time slot, that becomes work, that becomes downtime, and that becomes bedtime. The unfortunate side effect of having, like, you can only really fit, like, the shower block into, like, this sort of area. So, like, you can expand it by 1, like, that's kind of acceptable. But if I was to run more than 4 duplicates per shift, then I'd have to get a second bathroom, and I don't really want to do that right now. It means you can only keep, like, 4 mess tables, like, so this tiny little eating area is perfect for now. Eventually I'm probably going to turn this into, like, one of these rooms into our Great Hall, like, for them to be eating in. And as usual, being very careful not to accidentally destroy the plants that are creating my bonuses for the morale. Last run, when I did that, I accidentally killed one of them and I had to wait forever to get pips. Good, the chlorine's clearing out slowly. Might have to move that skimmer actually, because the chlorine's going to start taking up where the dioxide was. Have you guys ever heard of the evils of what is it? Yeah, dihydrogen monoxide. It's dangerous stuff. Yeah, definitely got to move that. Loaded oxygen is building up too. Just about at the stage where I can pretty much start cracking into the other biomes. Once I get that done up there. We can get a bit more of this chlorine and carbon dioxide out, that would be great. I mean, that's using full power basically, and it's not doing the full job because it doesn't have enough reaching it. I could start storing the chlorine. Yep, I might do that. If I can build it. I can. Yeah, nice. Just chuck it there for now. Hang on. Extra athletics is always good. This will won't be long until I have all the research done, and then I can get people off research. Okay, so we want to have that filtering out chlorine. I built 10 of them. Whoops. That could be dangerous. Like, one thing we can do with that chlorine straight away is we can make our food, like, a lot better. By starting to kill germs and stuff in it. Like, none of the food's got germs, but I could put chlorine in there straight away. Chlorine can be useful. It's just you gotta, use it for growing certain types of, plants. And disinfecting things. But, like, right now I don't need to do that. What I can do, though, is I can actually replace my infrastructure here now. So I've got everything in place to do it. We'll do it now. But it's doing the pipes as well. It's straight up going to make our base a lot better. A lot less duplicate labor going into it. But we got to make sure we get it done, because people are going to be peeing everywhere. Building, suit wearing, and supplying, but reduced decor. Oh. Suit wearing. They've got suit wearing. We're gonna need more food. What do you mean no checkpoint? Oh, it's not connected yet. Yeah. Having that right next to the skin is probably a bad idea. At least should put the gas fan on the other side of it. Yeah, should move that down, actually. Have it like right on the water level. Oh, pardon me. got 10 dupes now, so I need 10. Oh, that food is going way down. Alright. I suppose I can turn these into little mini farms. So we're starting to burn through dirt. That shouldn't be so much of a problem once we get pips up. Pips generate dirt from what they eat, so... Try and get a little bit of a food surplus and then figure out how much we need. Should really put an airlock here. Just because this pit's going to trap it chlorine as well. Eventually I'll need to put another pump over here. If you got any questions about what I'm doing as well, feel free to say. Feel free to ask, should I say. I'm surprised that they haven't started trying to, like, there's no errands building up for this one yet. They could definitely get to it. Unreachable. It's because they can't jump the ladder. Man, they got there to build all this stuff. No, the building shouldn't block it either. They should be able to jump that gap. Ah, it's because of the dock. Yeah. My bad. Oh my god, I'm out of ore. Yeah, we'll have to disable the dock for the minute. At least they got all the other stuff around the base kind of done. It should be buildable now. Yep. No water. All those took water. Yeah, I'm thinking the wrong bloody thing. I built the wrong thing. I built wash basins instead of sinks. Oh no! It's actually not too bad, that one. Just because like all the the random stuff that they have is just like kind of good. I definitely need more oxygen production now, though. Which one should we get rid of? Probably that one. Yeah, start burning through algae as well. But lucky we're about to start building, so 1,000,000,000% this place is on its way. There's nothing that's going to kill us straight away. There are plenty of things that will kill us, but not straight away. Now it looks like we got rid of most of the chlorine. I'll probably disable that for the moment. With 39 kilograms of it. I can't believe that we've got gas inside here that's not what we want. Like, all that chlorine in here should be gone. At least most of the polluted oxygen is. Most of it. They still haven't even taken the like the polluted water here and moved it. Gonna have to chuck another pump down here. Whoa. Touch your keyboard. Basically, in our base, the only thing we want is oxygen. Jeez, I've got idle dupes. Oh, pardon me. Once that backs up, it will be a little bit better. It's mostly because these aren't getting enough oxygen to let them out. And it's starting to pull in things that aren't oxygen. We are running out of food. I'm hoping it's just because they need to do a harvest soon. Like, we're not that far off from one, but it's going down. Otherwise, I need to build more farms. Yes, it's starting to back up finally. Pacus! Yes! Pacus are a great, like, source of extra food. They're one of my favorite creatures. It used to be so broken. Basically, you can starvation wrench them. It takes them forever to die as well. Like, they do have, like, kind of a heat mechanic where they add heat to, like, your water supply. But, like, in the short term, they're really good. The only thing that's annoying about them is that basically you have to sit there and move every single one of them. Yeah, there's one more. Okay, so we nearly got enough up here. So how much have we got in that? It's 300, 600, so... Yeah, okay, that's a waterlock. Even if that water decides to flood over there. Barely. Hey, we're looking pretty good. definitely starting to use water. Nearly done. I've almost got people working around the clock. In fact, I do. Done. That's exactly where I wanted to get, guys. That's pretty much as far as I'm going to take it for the moment. I've got to go outside and do some of my own, like oxygen not included sort of style tasks. I've got to spray weeds and take care of a couple of things in the yard. I've got idle duplicates, which is exactly what I want at this stage. So I've got like an entire workforce ready to go once I start cracking into these. And most of the big issues that we're going to deal with, like moving on from here, is basically that the slime lung, which is kind of a non-issue, but it's really bad when your duplicants get it, because if you have it like min-max like this, where like their production as well as like the farming and everything like that is like running on a tightrope, which is what it is. Even having like 4 or 5 duplicants come down sick, it can make you basically lose your colony fairly easy. Algae wise, we started off with about 22 ton, I think. We're down to about 16 ton, running 3 oxygen diffusers for 11 dupes. We're generating in excess, which is going into our oxygen breathing apparatus for when they leave the base. We've got 2 water locks, so gases which are polluted oxygen, which are carrying slime lung germs, can't get in unless we bring them in. When we're going to be using algae in our diffusers and we start cracking into these slime lung biomes, You see the germs which are on these guys? When we start cracking into those, they're going to start bringing algae in from those areas, which are going to go into our oxygen diffusers and make everyone sick. We really don't want that. So we've done as much as possible at this stage to kind of limit that from happening. Like what I'd like to do is I'd also like to put like wash stations and stuff on the way in, but there's not really much you can do because they're just going to pick up the algae. They're going to bring it in, they're going to put it in the oxygen diffuser, and it's going to be spewing out slime lung into the base. That is not ideal, but we've got enough food generation. It's going up and down, but I reckon we've got food sort of dialed in for 11 duplicants. We've managed to upgrade to getting plumbing running. We're running on a tight power situation, so like in terms of like our electrical supply. Basically everything is running off 2 hamster wheels and 1 battery. And because of the way that I set it up, which is going through a power transformer, even though the potential load is over 2000 watts, it's only ever going to allow them to pull 1000 watts out so the wiring doesn't get damaged. And this is kind of like a way to soft cap the power usage that you're using. Like you notice I've got all these pumps and stuff around and you think, why don't you just crack into getting coal generation going straight away? Well, the reason why I'm not is because although I have a ranch farm, there's very little sedimentary rock around here for me to get stone hatches and start doing coal production. I mean, there is coal around for running coal generation. But at this stage, I mean, I've got 11 duplicants and I'm running them off 2 hamster wheels. So the power generation aspect of it is pretty damn good. We're going down in dirt. I think I had like 180 tons when I started, so we've lost like 25 tons of dirt. I'm starting to pick up like a bissolite. I don't even know where I mined that from. I mined it up here. We have a look around the base, like sort of the temperature overlay, look for cold areas. It looks like we got a cold biome up there, finally. So that's good. We've got 2 geysers which can produce water. Got one there, and we've got one over here. So that's going to be good once we start running out of water, which we already are, slowly. Like that was up here when I started, now it's down here, so we've lost about 20% of our water supplies. We're also starting to bank polluted water. We are turning that into oxygen using deodorizers. That oxygen can't get into the base, but it does make things a little bit easier because if you have the less polluted oxygen sitting around your base, that's less polluted oxygen that can be picking up slime lung germs and spreading it. Still got some slime lung in, polluted oxygen inside my base, which I'll have to take care of using deodorizers. But again, they can only bring it in when they're operating off deodorizers. Off oxygen diffusers. So the next thing that I'm going to set up is I'm most likely going to... Oh god, how much coal do I have? That's a good question. Do we even have any? Yeah, 32.7 tons of it. So that's enough to run like 1 or 2 coal generators for like maybe like 20, 30, 40, 50 cycles or something like that. I can't remember the exact conversion rate, like how much they actually generate. They're going to use what, 1000 grams of coal per second, so 1000 seconds, that's a ton. And yeah, so one of the biggest traps you can get yourself into is going into coal power too fast. We've got enough power generation just from having 2 duplicants running on wheels, and we've got 11 duplicants. They're getting enough food. We have enough dirt. The next thing that we got to get into is your Draco farming, as well as pip farming, which I'm waiting for these lovely guys to hatch, and they're about 3/4 of the way there. So in 5 cycles, I'll have two pips to sit there and start farming arbor trees, of which I have precisely 1 arbor tree seed. So yeah, it's all planned out. Like basically this so far is looking like it's going to be a successful run. And with the insulation and everything going, temperature-wise, where our plants are, like the air is probably a little bit too hot, but the tiles are nice and cool because I'm cooling them down here. The thing you need to be careful of is the pacus, because when they're spawned, they start off with a base temperature. I can't remember what it is, but these pacus are going to slowly increase the temperature of this water, which means I won't be able to use it for cooling anymore. But you know, the side effect of that is I think there might be a cool biome down there, and I think, well, I know that there's one here, and I know that there's one here, so I can start getting my cooling from that once I start digging out. Plenty of algae from the actual slime biomes to keep the oxygen generation going. But I reckon with the way that this is now, I could probably move on to generating stuff using like a self-powered oxygen generator pretty soon. And God, what's the other thing? Like, we've got the water generation in order to do that. So we're not going to run out of water as long as they tap into those soon. That will require cooling, which is going to require steam turbines, aqua tuners, and yeah, like everything's basically working out exactly as I want. I'm going to set up like arbitrary farm with pips, a Draco farm to get raid fiber, and then a glossy Draco farm to get plastic production going without having to run a plastic press, which is a God, where is it? Refinement. Polymer press. This guy. So essentially, we are in early game right now, but like everything that I do from here is like transitioning into mid game, and I feel pretty confident I should be able to pull it off. But for the moment, I've got to go off and do real life stuff. As always, thank you very much for watching. I will probably continue the stream later on. I mean, basically daylight hours, so I've got like 2.5 hours left to do stuff outside and around the house. And yeah, thank you very much for watching. I shall continue this where I left off soon, and there is a plan. And pretty much did everything I wanted to do. I just wanted to upgrade all like the lavatories and like make sure that we're running off like off a decent sort of setup where we've got like basic cooling, like very basic cooling, as well as like all the amenities in terms of like lighting and stuff for our like production. And for the automation side of things, this is where it gets really interesting when you get into mid game. I reckon the definition of mid game should be, are you using automation? The mid game, I think, is basically when you crack into doing metal refinement. Like as soon as you got refined metal, that's mid game. And the amount of time between mid game for that and me building rockets is probably, I don't know, like maybe 100 cycles. I could probably do it in 50 if I really tried. So more or less, this run is about at the 40% mark. 35% mark, I'd say. This game is like notoriously difficult to beat because people like just set it up as like a colony simulator, and like they do all the like the sort of things like this. But like transitioning from this into something where you basically have like renewable resources, and you're refining all your metal, and your power generation is sorted without having to have duplicates running on power wheels, on the hamster wheels. That's where it, yeah, it kind of really clocks over. Anyway, that's basically me done. I'll definitely get back into it soon. I'm gonna have a snack and go do some actual work in real life. Catch you next time.